Wait. Isn't that John's stream? I told you, it's just a random compilation. All right. I need something like farming like. Really close I get to like farming. Farming look like. I know I got a bag or some shit. Boom, look at that. And a whole chicken. I'm pretty sure I got like a shovel or something. Shovel. Perfect. I don't know, just a Final Fantasy.
May your feet find good trails.
Did I equip it? I did not equip it. Oh, oh. You just wear it, like, in general. Who said that? Foxy Fears? Hey, yo. Thanks for the follow. Thank you. Is that a fellow Volpera? Wait, is that a Volpera back profile picture I'm seeing? Heh, monkey. Yes, it is I, the schmonkey. Alright, so if I go fish. Actually, how do I do this? Recipe? Where's cooking? There, cooking and then fish. Search. Oh no, I did it wrong. There we go. Alright. What is the most expensive shit right now? No void fish is 158. Caught within a void storm can be bought and sold on the auction house. No void fish. Let's look this shit up. Let's look this shit up, chat. That's the farming spot. Bet. As for my fishing equipment, though. Consumable, profession equipment, fishing. Tools? No. Do not care.
Return when you need more.
I gotta find one of those, where they at? Okay, so the demand for those fish, the void fish, seems pretty good. I don't know how rare they are to like get. About to find out. Wait, where's this fishing trainer?
With perseverance, strength.
Allow me to mark that on your map. He didn't even mark it. Am I here? Wait, I'm confused. All right, I'm gonna go over here and see. Oh, he did mark it. Wait. He did mark it. He did mark it. Silver Moon Fishing. Oh, it was right next to me. Right there. Ah. Do you have any fishing equipment though? He got no fishing equipment. All right, fuck it. I have what I got, I guess. I think. Fishing journal. What is my stuff? That's it, I guess. And then I have my hat. Dragon Owl fishing skill. What if I just search fishing cap? Hello, neighbor. Yo, what up, bitch?
My goods are one of a
Hold on. Fishing cap. Nothing. Really? Oh. But that's for Dragon Hall. Okay, never mind then. We don't care about it. Do you main Haranir return to Monkey? No, I do not. I do not. I think like the Haranirs are like cool, but I mean, let's be honest, man. Everyone wants the Amani trolls. I wanted the Amani trolls as like ally race. I don't know why they didn't give us that. The Haranirs are cool.
Some meadows and miscreants have spread acorns around the cradle. Clean them up, Monkey.
I don't know, man. I want the Amani trolls. I want a big buff troll boy, okay? I like these Zandalari trolls too, but in my opinion at least, I unironically do not like when they're like standing straight up. I like when they're like so large and big, like they got like the massive tusk, you know, straight from the jungle, like their fucking back is like hovered and shit. Like I actually like that. I think that's what makes them cool. Like those are like some of my favorite, like all-time favorite like WoW races. But I am playing as a Volpera, and there's very big reasons why I'm playing Volpera. Cause Lexi. If you're new here, if you don't know who Lexi is, I don't know. Look up Lexi. I guess just go Crispy Monkey and then Lexi. You'll see what I mean. Alright, I need to make like a macro for this, right? Damn, they hit me with the Resident Evil. Boom, 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 boom. Huh?
I can't use that.
I can't use that. How do I make a macro? I think it was something with, let's see. Key bindings? Oh. Nether warp egg. I got this egg from fishing. I have no idea what that is, but... Oh, duration 7 days. That might be like a mount. Not gonna lie. That might actually be like a mount. Wait, I saw a video how to like backspace / macro. There's like a specific macro I need to do. Nah, that's crazy. Listen to the music. This is Dino Crisis, by the way. I saw a video on YouTube about like the whole macro thing. So you can make like a macro where you just press one key, where you don't have to like press the fishing thing. It just keeps going like that. I think it's this video I saw.
I'm coming to the conclusion fish on your minimap.
Oh, right here. Okay. Where I need to press. What do I need? Let's see here. Controls. Okay. So on the controls. Auto loot. Enable indirect key. Boom. Interact with target. You know what? That key's fine. Sure. Do I need auto loot though? I should probably have auto loot on as well, right? Auto loot. So all losers are fun. Alright. Let's see if this shit works then. Add on better fishing and then just keybind. Oh really? You can do that? I didn't know that. Well, try to find out. That shit did not work. Oops. What's the add-on called? Better fishing. Okay. I'll just get the add-on. Save myself the trouble. Thank you, Patet. Okay, hold on. Let me get the add-on. How y'all doing though, chat? Chat, my workday was so crazy. That's all I can say. My workday was so goddamn crazy. Better bags fishing? I guess it's just better fishing. Boom. Better fishing. Bam. Shit has been downloaded. Boot that shit up again. Adam would just give you another keybind in the keybind section you can bind. Okay. This is from Klonoa? What? Vibey. Single bind, double click fishing, enhanced sound while fishing. Enhanced sound while fishing? Damn. I've been great on Marvel Token Teams, watching Hachime no Ippo. Bro, that's crazy. I actually just started like rewatching Hachime no Ippo. Just randomly. Right. Where's the add-on? I guess I just... Better fishing. Just my normal key binding like this? Oh, wait, I see it. Okay. Is there? Now what? That didn't work. On the key binding settings, okay. All right, there, better fishing. Cast it. Hold on. Okay. Wait, it can't be the same key? Oh, it actually counts for cast and interact. Bet. Okay. Okay. I get it. Okay, like that. Bet. I understand now. I understand. Thank you, Bissett. Now we can fish. I don't even need to look at the screen. Look at that. We can just look at Lexi fishing. Oh! Put on auto loot. What just happened? Motherfucker attacked me out of nowhere. Maybe go out of combat. Okay, maybe I shouldn't like fish that area. Fishing. Indeed. What's good, Kurja? What's good, bro? We fishing. Literal fishing. Oh, I'm leveling up my midnight fishing, actually. Funny enough. I'm level 3 in midnight fishing. We ain't catching shit until like I'm maxed out, probably. Like, look at all this trash I'm just getting. School of Fish gets XP faster. Yeah, but I'm farming this spot on purpose. And I don't really see. Oh wait, no mind. There's a School of Fish right next to me now. There weren't before. Well, I mean, it's just these. It's not really a School of Fish, but. I'm farming this spot specifically because I'm trying to get something. Money. Ooh. Okay, hold on. I got something. What did I just get? Some snails and shit. I don't know if I should get like the other things as well, like the things that will like buff your fishing and stuff while fishing. What? I have zero clue what this shit is. But it's something. Don't attack me. I knew it. Literally the moment I said it. Literally the moment I said it. Whispering Rock. I can't get back into Fortnite for some reason. I mean, why are you trying to force yourself? A whole lot of nothing. I got a whole lot of nothing. What more could you ask for? Bro, I'm literally only level 10 in fishing. Toying caster's net. I am literally just catching shit. Bro, I am actually just I'm literally level 11 right now. My fishing is level 11. I'm actually just catching trash. Yo. Do I need like recommend this? Whoa. I need to be level 225 to get something, I guess. Lowest level is like Sunaman and the Coral Owls. Bro, yeah. Chat, I'm gonna be capturing trash for a hot minute, okay? 14. Level 14 though. Hi Chris, hi chat. Insomnia decided to give me middle fingers, so here I am, 3 a.m. right now. Wait, what? Insomnia decided to give you the middle. What is happening at Insomnia? Am I missing something? Did something come out? An open lockbox. Bro, I'm literally capturing trash. Literal trash. Insomnia. Oh. As in like you can't sleep, bro. Chat. Come on. Chat. You can't just like come into my chat and then talk about insomnia and then expect me to like think you guys are actually talking about like legit insomnia and not like the company. God damn it. Well, you know what? Think about it like this. Today's stream is literally just me fishing, okay? Look at that. Look how I dress up Lexi. Nice and cute. Today, we are literally just fishing. That is the stream. We just go farming and capturing fish. Because I need to level up my fishing, because like, I'm literally only level 1. Well, I'm level 19 right now in fishing. And I need to get like to like 250 or something in order for me to actually like start catching something. And I'm literally just I'm capturing trash. Literal shit. Look at all this. This is worth shit. Like, it's actually trash. I'm not even kidding. It's actual trash. And we just listening to like OG like PlayStation 1 music, you know? We're just vibing, you know? So think about it like that, Takashima. You came to the right spot. We're just being chilling, you know, listening to some nice cozy music, and I'm in a spot where there's enemies and shit, demons and stuff. Old gods, the void, all kinds of shit, you know? Toss the can for its intended purpose. A kicking can. I literally, I caught a soda can. I caught a fucking soda can. A can. Can I kick it? I just kicked the can. Back to fishing. Wait, you know what? Y'all want some chill music? Y'all want the chillest of all chillest music? Kurcha. Kurcha. My boy. Kurcha. You better still be here on stream. Lock in, bro. You know what time it is? You know what time it is. You know what time it is. Y'all want the chillest of the chillest? Is that good enough? Is that good enough? Chat. Alright, good night, chat. Good night. Let me stop being so loud into the mic. Hold on, let me start whispering. There you go, let me start whispering. Yeah, there you go. Now y'all can sleep. Y'all can fall asleep and shit. Good night, chat. Now we're locked in. Now we farming. Oh yeah, we in there. We in there now, chat. We in there. I'm still getting trash though. Still getting trash. I'ma get it, chat. I'ma get it. Don't you fucking attack me. I swear to God, don't you fucking attack me. I'm in the middle of fishing. I ain't gonna lie, that scared the fuck out of me. When he passed by me, holy fuck, that actually scared me a little bit. Sorry. Gotta stay low with my voice and shit. Nothing again. Yep. Look at this trash. Grotesque Global. Don't know what it is and I don't like it. Ain't much to it. You swear this rock sets up. Whispering Rock. You swear this rock said something to you? Bro, what is this description? I love it. It's so stupid. Fishing in the void. Into a void lake. Somehow still fishing up a broken discarded net. Yup. Broken like the void. Are you fishing for anything specific there? I am fishing specifically for something called Where did you come from? I'm fishing for something called null void fish. I don't know how rare it is though. I don't know how rare it is. But there's like a couple of thousand of them. Couple of thousands on them. Like on the auction house. So it can't be that hard to get. However, it does sell for like 158 gold right now. So 158, I mean, do the math. 10 of those is like at least 1k. Kuma? Alright, chat, I love Cooler World, but it was like vibey and chill and all that, but now it's not vibey and chill no more. Now it's vibey and chill. Bro, this sounds like an 80s porn movie. What the fuck? 100 times snakehead of Ulatek is around 30 to 40k on my server. Damn. Is that like fishing? Because I'm only gonna do fishing today. I'm not gonna farm like anything else. It is? I guess I'll just fish in Ulatek. Like I basically just look at the auction house and I see like whatever is like the highest thing, you know what I mean? Whatever is like the highest price. Whatever the highest price is the highest demand, obviously. This is what you hear in those 18+ movies when they're still dancing and shit. Yeah, like showing their booty a little bit, like swaying and shit. This is kind of, oh my god, I would never understand that. Chat, I would never understand that shit. They put on that oil on the booty and shit. Alright, look at this percent. I just went where did I go? I think I went region cooking and then just fish stuff. You can see the pale huskfish goes for this right now. Pretty expensive, pretty expensive. Castle got crafting region. Wait, is this selling though? So, I mean, yeah, on your server it goes for that, right? What do you say, snakehead? Oh, right, this shit. Ooh, looks like snakehead. I'll go for 100. 160. Is this hard to farm though? Is this hard to farm? It can't be that hard because like there's like 14k of them in auction house. It sounds like a cop music. It had a little bit like I would say it had like Black Dynamite vibe to it. You know? The like 80s like big ass afro, big ass mustache type shit. I have lured that increases my chances. See, like I don't have these kind of like I have zero knowledge, zero clue about like fishing. Fishing is like, it's not like one of those professions that I ever like farm. You know what I mean? Like never ever. So like, You know, I'm pretty new to like fishing. Is it something where like I gotta find like one of those like group of fish places? Yeah, right here. And start fishing it.
I require a target.
Recommend doing the fishing daily in the new zone. There's a daily quest? Like a fishing daily? Where? Ooh, that one. I bet. Small item. Oh, that one. I think I did accept that quest, but I never like did anything with it. Hold on, let me do this one because this has something to do with fishing.
I fight what you get back.
I might get like some XP for fishing. Fresh boil? Protein? This? Whole bread? Spice?
It smells interesting, that's for sure. The troops will be on their feet one way or another. It is an honor to battle beside
I guess that's what's worth it. What did I get? I didn't even know what I got. Alright. You're talking about like this island right here. This? Right? This shit right here? In the Coiled Isle. I don't see that daily though. Oh, you're talking about world quests? No? Yeah, let me see this shit. Cause I don't understand what the fuck you're saying. I literally do not see that daily. Like, it's not there.
It is about the journey, not the destination. Knowledge is power, except stupid knowledge. Avoid that if you can.
That's a sick ass fish. Oh my, oh, look at this fishing rod. Alright, so these are the lure thingies. Can I buy a couple of those? I thought it was just a unique feature of the core alpha for. Oh, okay. Okay, but where's this daily though? I have dailies there with fishing. Well, did you ever consider that we're not like on the same server?
I have great grandchildren older than
Maybe it's just not up for my server.
my back is killing.
Unless it's something I have to unlock. But I've already done like the campaign stuff, so. So I don't know. Okay, do I have to like... Do I have to find like the group of fish? Like always? Or can I just like fish for the sake of fishing? Side quest with maybe? I don't know. I'll just fish. Oh, you don't do schools of fishing? Oh, schools of fish is only for XP, right? Ooh, Venom Curse Killish? What? Okay, I'm assuming that was a quest thingy. Yeah, yo, that's weird. Like, on my map, there's literally no, like, hint or anything that is there. Or if you want specific fish, there are, like, in schools of fish, but... Well, not from what I know of. Well, I mean, the snakehead. Do you have to fish it in schools of fish? Also, how the fuck do I get that that fishing rod? That Ulatech fucking troll fishing rod. I need my fishing rod to be sick. I got this like boring ass fishing rod. Repetition Butoga. Huh? Oh, wait. There. Captain Toka. Now, how do I get that? Just dailies? Just world quests and shit? Or... Oh, you can turn them in for a rep? Bad. I think that's what I'm doing right now. Because it told me, like, I need 5 of those, like, venom thingy fish. Ooh. What's that? What's that? What's that? What is that? Okay, so I have 5. Nice. Your warband is now considered a doomed sailor with Captain Toka. And venom fishing proof is... Oh, okay, yeah. Did it get anything else? No, that was it. Aight, progress. Progress. We are fishing. Extreme fishing. The most intense fishing you've ever seen. What the fuck? I got a wiggle worm? When applied to your fishing pole, increase midnight fishing by 20 for 10 minutes. Yes. Okay. Now I'm starting to get stuff. Wait, did I? Hold on. There we go. Okay, I'm slowly figuring it out. Getting there. And I'm leveling up my shit. Perfect spot. Perfect spot right here. In the deepest waters. Just fishing. Can I stand on this? Oh my god. Perfect. Alright, now we're fishing. Now we are extreme fishing. I think there's like a toy that I can get as well for like a raft. Fishing shack? Oh, damn. Hello. Catch all fish throughout Castle Gar and turn in the quest within the... You can get a mount? Catch every fish. Oh shit. Sinful Pearl. Oh, now we locked. Oh, no, we locked. No. But you should have told me there was like achievements. Like all these. I have some fishing achievements. But I did not know it was like this serious. Man-eyed. Fuck did I just get? Still leveling up my shit. 51 in fishing. Fishing this season is juicy. Chat, what if I change my stream title? Oh shit, what up, Quinn, over on YouTube? What if I change my stream title to trying to fish up fishy? What the fuck did I just get? Loathsome anglerfish. A rare fish from the Coil Isle can be bought and sold in the auction house. How much did that shit go for? You gotta be able to fish inside the raid? I'm pretty sure you can fish in the asset as well, right? Like, you don't have to be, like, specifically inside the raid. Like, you can fish in the asset. Wait, what? Throw the catch into the water to gain. Throw multiple catches can extend this buff for 5 minutes. Ooh. Okay, hold on. We fishing. We get in there. Do we just throw the shit in? Yeet. Midnight perception increased by... Oh, it's only like 25 seconds. Okay. So, I should definitely like keep it until I have like... Oh yeah, right there. I have another one. Ability to walk on water for 30 seconds. Okay, so I gotta keep these. Do I not have the auction house add-on? I guess not. I have one auction house add-on. But I think there's like an auction house add-on you can get. So when like you take the mouse over like an item, some shit like that, it shows like for what it goes for. Isn't this just amazing? Just fishing. Why am I only capturing shit now? Here he comes. Why does that hurt? Oh my god. Alright, back to my fishing. Noise. Yep. 70 now. Level 70 in fishing. Getting there. This reminds me that I need to get like this special mount you also get from like fishing in Legion on Broken Isle. I need to get like the rep up. I think it's the only one that I need to like get exalted with, and it takes like a long ass time. But hey, we love fishing. Wow, I love fishing in RuneScape, so you know. Don't even know what just happened. Zul Aman added to your collection. It's a vibe. It is. You know, like fishing in RuneScape, like it feels nice, and you can literally just watch videos as well. I have one of my homies. I think he's like level 90 something in fishing in RuneScape, which is insane. Like that's the only thing he does. It's the only thing he does, and then he's like watching videos and shit. So walk on water. Walk on water. Hardly detected. Increase 25 midnight fishing. And gain 25 midnight perception. Patet, have you noticed how buggy this patch is? I tried to do like delves yesterday, and none of Valera's abilities are there, and I can't pick them for some reason. I didn't looked up. It's like everything is reset. It's like no, it's not. Okay, so it's buggy then. What the? I don't know what that means. Oh, okay, but that's how I gain rep. I fished up a spirit, I guess. They just fish up a... Oh, it's an appearance. What the fuck? You can fish up weapons? Just like out of the blue? I got an epic transmog with the egg earlier. Oh, so the egg can be like whatever. Well, not whatever, but that's one of the things. It's not a bug. We need to get new ones every season. Say psych right now. What? So all this shit that we farmed, it doesn't exist no more? Even if you go back to like some of the older devs. This was a transmog. Lost stave? What the? Bro, that looks so old. Like, that doesn't look like a new thing. You know what I mean? It looks like an old school, like, item that probably doesn't exist in WoW anymore. I do like when they do that, though. Like when they bring in, like, OG, like, items or, like, OG, like, cosmetics back to the game. But it just counts as a cosmetic. Probably unused items they put in. Yeah, exactly. I would assume it's like either unused or it's like something removed from the game or some shit like that. Oh wait, all of these fish can be sold in the auction house. Can be bought and sold in the auction house. Bought and sold in the auction house. Everything can be bought and sold in the auction house. I was gonna like use this to like get my midnight fishing up or some shit. Got another one of those loathsome anglerfish. Pristine polygon. A rare starfish from the Coral Isles can be bought and sold in the auction house. I just got a random ass quest. Wait. How do I remove a pin? Control click to remove pin. There you go. Oh, look at that. No. Look right now, Vincent. Now I can see the daily. You had to be a certain rep to see the daily.
do so enjoy a good scroll. I have great-grandchildren older than you. Leaving so soon? But I was just starting a great story.
That makes sense.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least.
Now I can see the shit. Hydra lure place? What? Also, by the way, I did not pull on the cooler song. That was like on the playlist. Under the PS1 chill music. That's good. Whoever made this montage. Oh shit, he's here. Well, too late. Hydra lure plays optional. Huh? Do I need to? Oh, there you go. Now what? Oh. I just had to wait for it to reset. She said, "Oh, my back is killing me." What is this? Hey, yo! That's a Death Knight weapon. What the fuck? And you can get a mount.
It is about the journey, not the destination.
This sounds like some Silent Hill. It's not. wood debris collected. Huh? Do I have to like loot it?
I am out of range.
Oh. I see a little bit. How is this chill music? Apparently it's from like a football game. Like, where did that? Now what? A decoy? Bro, I keep holding down shift and then clicking on like stuff that I want to loot, but I have auto loot on, so I don't need to like hold on shift. It's like a habit. Brother, there's a fox wedding outside. Wait, what? Is that a meme?
Ahoy!
Let's see what happens if I loot in that area. What in the fuck is that? Twin-headed snipefish. It's raining and it's sunny out. Hey, try to find that rainbow. Telling you, chat. Vibe stream. Fishing. Capturing literally nothing. Dirty darter, okay. So that's my next mission now, I guess.
I can't use that item yet.
Almost level 100 in midnight fishing. One more level. Giggling skull. It's sold on the auction house. Still just capturing shit. You got 2 transmog bows. $105, by the way. Skill increases the likelihood of reeling in fish from the murky depths. Skill can be leveled up to 300 by fishing in all water. That's why I ain't capturing shit right now. Oh, this is Tenchu. Very 90s anime like. I would recommend playing the game. Tenchu. PS1 game is like with ninjas and shit. In case you've never seen it. It got like Tang and Chikara controls. I might play one day on my stream. Pretty godlike game, and music is goated as well. Such a vibe. Found recipe for the new Goblin Glider. Goblin Glider? Wait, what? I don't even know what that is. How is this chill? Nina? Fucking Tekken 3 theme? PS1 chill? Relaxing? Vibing music? I bet. Fuck it. Not complaining. Wow. 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 Meow, meow. $122 in fetching, by the way. Bang, damn. Wow. 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 It's like a reduced falling speed so you can glide far quick. Oh! That. I didn't even know that was like a goblin glider. Like an actual glider. The thing. That one. That thing. That item. Okay. The item that everybody uses in PvP. Especially like when it comes to like capturing the flag. So you can get that insane like start. Oh, CEO is today? Or this weekend? That's why I saw Unique post something about it. I saw Unique post something about like CEO, I think. I think she's there. She's gonna do like Tekken commentary and whatnot. Unique. bow. I am big. In case y'all don't know who I'm talking about. We just call her unique. Well, Riz and me. Well, everybody. The circle of friends. Call her. See, now this is chill. This is chill. Some Rain Man band land. It pisses me off that the remastered, like the release they did, like the collection thingy, it doesn't have like all the original music. They like remade all the music for some reason into like the whole Rayman like Origins kind of music, which is like, it's fine, but it just doesn't fit the vibe, you know? It's like, bro, we are here for the OG stuff, not the new stuff. I'm getting more of these, actually. I've noticed.
Have anything ancient
Wow.
to trade?
You know what I just noticed? What does that mean? Oh. I did not know that. You can look at the mini-map to find like the group of fish. Or like the poles and shit. I didn't know that. The fuck? I'm learning a lot today. Yeah, I'm learning a lot today. Not a fishing guy. Never was. Until now. Until now. Look at me go. I have a feeling SNK will drop a trailer for the next character coming up, and maybe Bob. Wait, what do you mean maybe Bob? They already showed a gameplay trailer of Bob for Tekken. When is Bob coming out? I think Bob does have a release date. Curse of Ulatek dissipates into the surrounding land, allowing for curse fishing and in Venomator Gathering. That was not there before, I think. Since SNK dropping characters like Kendrick Lamar dropping diss tracks, it'll maybe be a week or so for the next character. I mean, I'm pretty sure SNK actually stated that they're dropping characters like every month. Like, we are getting monthly character reveals and monthly character drops. Monthly. Cause they're swimming in that fucking Saudi Arabia money right now. And I talk about this shit so much, like, on my stream. Like, it's awesome, don't get me wrong. I think it's great to see like SNK doing good and getting, you know, the attention that like their games deserve. But I also feel like most of these people only give a fuck about SNK because there's a lot of money like involved right now. Like, I'm being that serious on that. Sadly, I'm being that serious on that. Because if SNK did not like, I mean, think about it like this. If you look at like SNK's like gameplay trailers, bro, I'm gonna be honest. Their gameplay trailers, they're fucking, they're ass. They're literally booty cheeks. I've said this 1,000 times in my reaction videos, and I'm not even gonna like, you know, I'm not even trying to hide or anything like that. I've already stated my opinion on it. Every time I'm watching a new gameplay trailer from SNK, it feels like I'm joining a Discord voice call. Okay, so I'm joining a Discord VC, and some homie is like, yo, Chris, you trying to see this combo real quick? And I'm like, sure, I'll check the combo and shit. And then they start sharing their screen and they do the combo. That's how the trailers feels like. They're so dry. They are so dry, you know? It's like that meme with that fucking cartoon with the black character. I forgot like the name of the cartoon. Where it's like, oh, and by the way, the chicken was dry. Real dry. That's how I feel when I see the SNK trailers. The trailers are so dry. You see the characters, they're walking in a little bit here and there. They say their shit like, you know, Omarumu, Shinduru, or some shit. Like, even like the trailer for fucking Kenshiro. Fist of the North Star. I thought they were gonna like do something special, you know? Cause like, that's a guest character. How did they show that trailer? Exactly like every other character. It's so weird because the game itself has a lot of personality. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I agree. But when it comes to like their marketing and all that shit, it's just fucking ass. SNK, like, they don't know how to make trailers. They don't know how to like bring hype. They don't like, I'm not saying everything needs to be like super overhyped, like, you know, in my face, like exploding and shit like it's a fucking Tekken 8 trailer or some shit like that. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is, look at the trailers for Tekken 8. If anything, those trailers will make you excited. At least. You know? They know how to like really show a character and their personality and shit. And I'm missing that with SNK. Even if they go extremely crazy and shit. I'm not saying that SNK needs to do that. But it needs to be up, like, it needs to be on par with that. One way or another. Like, even Street Fighter, when they come out with their character trailers and shit, like, it looks nice. You know what I mean? Like, they'll have, like, the character, like, maybe they'll show a little bit of, like, you know, the whole Street Fighter World Tour kind of, like, stuff when, like, the characters is getting introduced, like, when you're meeting them, right? The cutscene and shit. Like there's just it's like you said, like the game has a lot of personality, but from if you're looking at it from an outside perspective, no one is gonna be able to tell if the game has like personality. Like that's the honest God truth. Like it doesn't matter how much personality the game has, or like how deep like some of the characters and lores can go and shit. They don't show it. And I know a lot of like hardcore like fighting game players, they'll be like, no, I'll fuck with this game. This game is the shit. Yeah, of course you fuck with the game. You don't play anything else. Of course you are gonna be excited for it, right? Fighting games is such a special niche, you know? It's only a certain group that like fuck with that shit. I'm talking about like the outside perspective. If somebody have never played a fighting game before and they looked at an SNK trailer, they wouldn't even like look at it again. They'll look at this shit and be like, this looks so low effort. This looks like ass. But then they'll look at a Street Fighter trailer, or they'll look at a Tekken trailer or some shit like that, and they'll be like, holy shit. I still can't believe we're getting Yuchiro. You know what's crazy? The sales for Tekken 8 skyrocketed when Yuchiro Hanma was like revealed. I don't even know if the sales skyrocketed for Fatal Fury City of the Wolf when Kenshiro was revealed. And Kenshiro is not a character to sneeze at either. He's a very, very popular anime character. But I guarantee you that Tekken, as much as people don't like Tekken, like at this time, right? I guarantee you, once they drop that Yuchiro Hanma trailer, that shit getting worldwide. That shit is getting at least 1 million views. I'm calling it. I'm actually calling it. The gameplay trailer for Yuchiro Hanma, okay? When they finally reveal that shit at Evo or like Combo Breaker or wherever that it's gonna be, like at a major place, I'm telling you, that video is gonna get 1 million views. I'm calling it. That shit is gonna get 1 million views. I know that sounds crazy, but if I look up like Tekken 8 Heihachi trailer, right? Let's look at the Heihachi trailer in Tekken 8. How many views does Heihachi Mishima gameplay trailer have? That shit? Okay, so the first one, right? Heihachi Mishima, when he was revealed at Evo, like, you know, him coming back and everybody was like, holy shit, he's back, right? That video right now on YouTube have 3.1 million views. Heihachi Mishima's gameplay trailer has 2 million views. If you put that shit together, that's 5.1 million views together. Now imagine Yuchiro Hanma gameplay trailer. That shit will at least get 1 million views. Full stop. I'm dying on that hill. At least 1 mil. That shit is gonna break Twitter. That shit is gonna break the internet. Telling you. I don't even know if the sales went up with Kenshiro. I don't know. But I know that PlayStation confirmed it. I know that Steam confirmed it, that the sales went up like drastically for like Tekken 8. They skyrocketed when Yuchiro was like revealed. And the sad part is, it's not that SNK is not doing good. It's not that they're not getting like decent sales or whatever the case may be, but I know they're leaving so much on the table. That's what annoys me. That's what pisses me off. I know they're leaving so much on the table. If they just stepped up their gameplay trailers, stepped up their reviews a little bit more and all that shit, right? And don't use AI bullshit. Like, just step up your shit a little bit. I'm telling you. They could do so goddamn much. But they don't care. That's what it seems like. They might care. For all I know, they might care, but from an inside perspective, and definitely from an outside perspective, looking at their gameplay trailers, it just doesn't seem like they care. It really does not seem like they care. They know they're banging. They know they have Saudi Arabia money, right? Especially when it comes to like their tournaments and shit. What was it, like 1.5 million on the pool, right? The prize winner or some shit like that. Yeah, no wonder why a lot of people like want to get good at the game suddenly, right? No wonder why people are signing up for the tournaments and shit. If 1.5 million dollars is like on the fucking line, sure, I'll fucking sign up. You know what I mean? But I'm not a competitive player. But if I was, you better believe I'm signing up for that shit. But again, it's like, from the outside perspective, I don't blame anyone for looking at that shit and just not playing it. I bought Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves, so I could play like Mai and, you know, learn like Tizak, because like he's like one of the characters that I've always like kind of wanted to learn. I deadass played that game not even for an hour. Like nothing. Like I walked into the game with like no excitement, you know. I wasn't like, oh man, I can't believe like I'm playing this game now, you know. You need like a lead up for something, you know. You need to build the hype. And I know like I'm talking about like hype this, hype that, but you know, in reality, especially in the current day and age we live in, where people's attention span is like not even like fucking 10 seconds anymore. It's like 7 seconds or some shit like that. That's like the average human being attention span now, because of like, you know, all these like YouTube shorts and like TikTok feed, you know, people just scrolling, swiping, you know. It's like you can't expect like people from the outside that's not like fighting game fans to like give a fuck about it. Especially if you're making your trails like that. 6-7 seconds. I knew you were gonna say it. I knew you were gonna say it, chat. Fuck. But yeah, as I said, like it annoys me. It actually annoys me because I know the game could do better. I don't even know if the game is doing good. I don't even know at this point. Like, I'm pretty sure Kenshiro dropped, but I'm not seeing shit. I'm honestly not seeing shit. Like, even on YouTube, like, I don't see any like big content creators like really like going crazy with it. And it's most likely because like nobody's really looking it up. Nobody's really like caring. So if nobody's caring, why should somebody make videos about something that nobody cares about, I guess? Or at least they cared for like that 1 week. And now they just don't care. Yo, what up, SBK? What it do? Why are so many crabs here? Simply fishing today? Simply fishing. I came home from like work and it was such a rough day at work. Like, that wasn't fun. I'll be dead fucking serious. That was not fun. I'm getting a shitload of money though. I'm getting paid, but that was not fun. But it's over though, you know. So I'm pretty tired. So I'm just fishing. That's like literally my stream today. I'm not even gonna do any dungeon or anything like that. Literally just fishing. Leveling up my fishing. Work is really fun. Nah, like for me, like, don't get me wrong, like a job. I'm gonna sound like fucking Kano from Mortal Kombat, you know, job's a job, all that shit. But, you know, at least, like, my coworkers makes it, like, quote-unquote enjoyable, right? It makes it, like, manageable. It makes it, like, you know, okay, I'm willing to, like, show up at work because insert, you know, coworkers, or we're just vibing and shit, you know what I mean? But today it was like, whoa.
We don't have a target.
But at least it's over. So I'm fishing today, and tomorrow I'm gonna spend my Saturday finishing some art. I want to finish my croc drawing, and then I want to do like Patreon poll drawing. I did do like that, like you've seen it already. I did that like very, very rough sketch of like what's her name, Surge, Sonic character. But I haven't even drawn the face or anything like that yet. So, if anything, right, chat? I forgot to mention this. If anything, I was scrolling on Twitter while I was like at work, and I saw like a lot of Mallow. You know, the SCP Mallow. Saw a lot of like loose shit of like Mallow and shit, and I was like, damn. Look at that fat ass. Oh my god. Right under that Mallow post, you had Reckon 3D. Do y'all know who Reckon 3D is? I'm sure y'all know who Reckon 3D is. Or Reckon, yeah, Reckon 3D. I'm sure y'all know who I'm talking about. The SFM animator. The guy that does like all the werewolf stuff, and he even has like a werewolf like persona and shit. You know who I'm talking about. If you know, chat. You know, man does some good ass stuff. I think he got like 300k followers and some shit like that. And I saw him like tweeting something related to like Mallow right underneath that tweet that I liked, where he said like, I've seen a lot of Mallow lately. And he's talking about like how he probably needs to like do some Mallow animation shit. And I had to take a screenshot of the Mallow post that I liked and his tweet underneath that. I quote tweeted his tweet and I said, bro, and obviously posted a screenshot, because like that's so crazy. You said you've seen a lot of Mallow shit lately, and literally there's a Mallow tweet right above your tweet. I quote tweeted that. I think once I came home from work, I saw the notification that I think he went on my profile and liked my my drawing I did with Twofer, Mixed Twofer. He liked that one and he followed me. He followed me back. So I was like, yo, what the fuck? Like, I mean, yeah, I've been having like a rough work day today, but that's a W right there, you know. Thank you for making my day. One of the goats. One of my all-time favorite like fucking SFM animators is literally like following me on Twitter now. I don't know how to feel about that. Besides like feeling good. But more importantly, I'm always happy to see like, it is always like a weird feeling, like when you've been watching someone for like a long time, you've been liking their content and shit, and suddenly, before you know it, you know, fast forward to now these people, like these animators or like artists that you've always kind of like gotten inspiration from, they're suddenly liking your shit. You know what I mean? That's always such a like weird feeling, but it's like a cool feeling as well. It's like, damn, I've been watching your shit for like a hot minute, and I mean like really for a hot minute, and now like they fucking with my shit. It's like, damn. I don't know if that's like, you know, I don't know if I should see that as like me as an artist like moving up, where like these people that is like very known like around the world, they be fucking with my shit, you know what I mean? It's like a weird feeling, but it's like a cool feeling. Yeah, I know that feeling, even just a little bit. So far, I've only seen Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8, and Marvel Token. That feeling would be cool to have. I say that's a good sign you're getting out there. Yeah, yeah, you could definitely say I'm getting out there for sure. Even when like Twitter algorithm is completely fucking me over. I saw like, I think Mixtuver, she shared my artwork in her Discord, which has like thousands of people, like 1,000 members in there. She shared my work in there, or she shared the tweet asking people to like go like it and share and all that shit, and basically mentioned that like the Twitter algorithm has not been nice to me. That was like very nice of her. I'll make sure to give her a big smooch if I see her IRL. Wink wink, hint hint. Who the fuck am I kidding? I'm smacking that boot and them stop. Ah, yes. Fishing. I have no idea what music this is. Oh, this is Digimon? Wait, what? Digimon World. I've never heard this. Like, I didn't even know this game existed. But I'll tell you what. Chat. This music is perfect. This music is perfect for fishing. Now we getting into like the vibey. Now we truly oh, by the way, chat, 172. I'm level 172 in fishing. 173 now. 300 is max. I'm halfway. Also, SPK, what you mean with, you know that feeling even just a little bit? Nice, a good grind session can feel good. Yes, sir. Literally started my stream and just fish. Just fishing. I'm also trying to make gold, and wow, that's another thing. Trying to make that money, and you can make some decent money on fishing. from what it seems like. Go back to my favorite spot. Did my favorite spot, chat. Mode of light? Huh?
I have many, many wares. May your feet find good trails.
The feeling is like, wow, this person I've been watching make art that I love has seen me and like something that I made, even if it's just something small. It's a weird but comfortable feeling. Yeah. It's crazy because like I always find that feeling weird. It's like, damn, you know, that kind of like, that shit just happened. That's cool. Like somebody that I've been watching for a hot minute. I'm not used to that feeling, but also at the same time, I forget that it doesn't only happen to me. It also happens to people with me, if that makes sense. Like that shit happens to me as well, where somebody's like, they've been watching my shit for a hot minute, and then I look at their shit and I give it like I'll give it some love and all that shit, you know? And then they'll be like, yo, what the fuck? You know what I mean? It's the same when I talk about like that meme. I think Goffs is like still making that meme sometimes here and there. The whole thing of like, I can't believe I'm talking to the Crispy Monkey. You can really make someone's day. Well, I mean, that's kind of always been my goal with YouTube videos and like pretty much anything I do. Like in the beginning of my YouTube channel, I didn't like, well, I knew what I wanted to do, right? But I didn't know how to do it, if that makes sense. Like I knew I wanted to do playthroughs. I knew I wanted to play whatever I felt like playing on my channel, right? I knew I liked furry shit and all that shit, right? But back then it wasn't like as important, if that makes sense. But I very, very, very much do remember, like, one of my main things on YouTube was always to, like, especially back in, like, 2008, 2009, especially, like, 2012, I wanted to break the stereotype of, you know, gamers, or, like, I wanted to break the stereotype of people thinking gamers couldn't be, like, cool, right? Because, like, the image, right? The portrayal that, like, most gamers had back then was always, like, you know, oh, gamers, you know, they just be playing World of Warcraft all day, just like I'm doing right now, right? But, like, it was like, oh, they're playing World of Warcraft all day, you know, they don't know how to, like, talk to girls, so, like, they're cringe, you know, they're, like, you know, they have no, like, they have like no social like experience, or you know, all that shit, right? But you know, I was just making content and just like having fun. And then when the whole, like, you know, me quote unquote coming out as a furry, you can't really come out as a furry, but you know what I mean. You know, a lot of people were like, yo, this guy Chris, like Crispy Monkey, he's like funny as fuck. He's like, he's making funny ass content, or whatever it was, right? Maybe I was funny, maybe I was like, you know, I was like confident, or whatever it was that people liked about me. They would most of the time always say, and this guy is a furry? He does not like resemble all these like weird like cringe, lack of social, you know, kind of whatever, right? That every other furry, like, for example, like the whole thing of like people looked at a furry and they will always go like, oh, this guy's like cringe, or like, oh, this guy is walking around in a diaper, or some weird ass like fetish type shit, right? But I've had a lot of people like that like my shit for whatever reason it is for people liking me, and then they're like, yeah, you're not like other furries, like you're actually like cool, like, or some shit like that. And it reminded me of what I wanted to do with my channel like back then in like 2008 and like 2012 and shit, where it was like I wanted to break the stereotype of people looking at like gamers that certain way, of like gamers can't be cool anymore or some shit like that. And now like everyone is a gamer, you know? Now we live in a time where everyone is a gamer. And I'd argue that someone like Sonic Fox definitely helped bringing like furries into like a more positive like look. When they were like absolutely shitting on everyone in fighting games and like tournaments and all that shit, like they were fucking cooking, and they still are, right? They cook so hard that, you know, now you have people from like not like part of the fighting game community, like you have people like in the Counter-Strike community, like the shooter community, FPS community and shit, and even like people from like other communities, like even when Sonic Fox, when they won like best esport player like at Game Awards and shit, like, you know what I mean? Like they did like a lot for furries that kind of like paint the furries like in a more positive like look. And that's why like I eventually like myself, I was like, oh, you know what, fuck it. You know, I like furry shit. I like some dummific furries. I grew up with Tawna Bandicoot, Carmelita Fox, Rouge the Bat, Crystal from Star Fox, you know. The classic ones, right? The very, very damsel in distress. And some of them definitely not being like damsels in distress, you know what I mean? Some of them also just being like confident as fucking shit. Minerva Mink, right? Boys. There do be a lot of furry cringe on the internet, unfortunately. As yeah, I mean, of course there is. But I think unless you're just like an ignorant like fucking bigot or some shit like that, right? You look at the furries as like you look at every single furry like the same way, you know what I mean? But like furries have moved to like a more positive like look, not just like in their community but like even like in the world. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, where people are not just looking at furries now and thinking, oh yeah, every single furry is like the same, you know? They're all cringe, they're all weird, or they all smell, they don't shower or some shit like that, right? Now people are looking at furries more like, well, there's always like a bad apple in one community, you know what I mean? So like we went from that to this now, you know? And that's kind of like the look that everybody have in any community, not just furry community. It can be in the shooter community, it can be like in the League of Legends community, it can be in the fighting game community, it can be in any kind of community, you know? Like maybe like some random ass football team, you know? You know, someone like EDP445, right? EDP445, he loved the Eagles. He loves the Eagles, I should rather say. He loves the Eagles, right? But it doesn't take that much brain power to look at like the Eagles and not think, oh yeah, you know, every single Eagles fan is just like EDP. Like, no, of course not. Like, are you fucking dumb? Like you must have like an IQ of like 4 or some shit like that to think that. And it's kind of like the same way people look at like the furry community now, where let's say there's like a random ass furry event that happens, right? And somebody does like some weird ass shit at a hotel. People are gonna look at that and then, you know, conclude the entire furry community as in like, yeah, I mean, of course there's always gonna be like bad apples in the community, but there's also these people, and these people are doing pretty good, right? They're being like very nice, positive, la la la, all that shit. So at least we moved from everything is like bad and negative to like, well, yeah, there's some bad apples. Most of the characters you named are damsels in distress. No, not really. Like, let's be honest, not really. Tawna Bandicoot though. I'm talking about like the original Tawna Bandicoot. So like Crash Bandicoot 1 Tawna Bandicoot on the PS1, PlayStation 1. That Tawna Bandicoot was a damsel in distress. Like literally, like if you look up like her description and shit, like even from Naughty Dog when they made her, they had like inspiration from like Jessica Rabbit. So this very, very like, you know, bimboing kind of like damsel, like very feminine look, right? So she was like a mix of like Jessica Rabbit, kind of like Pamela Anderson kind of like stuff, you know? And then like in the remake, like Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, they made her a little bit more of like a brawler, you know? Where like you see her like beating up like some of the Cortex scientists, you know, before she gets captured. And then obviously in Crash Bandicoot 4, in the alternative timeline, you have like a completely different version of Tawna Bandicoot where she's like very, very like, you know, yeah, I got a mohawk, you know, I'm like badass, I'm bad as fuck type shit. So you have like the very, very classic, you know, feminine Pamela Anderson, Jessica Rabbit with like huge fucking tits like damsel, right? With the big ass lipstick, right? The juicy lips, the very like glamorous long blonde hair and shit. And then on the other side you have like, you know, the alternative version, like I'm bad as fuck, you know, girl power, you know, punk kind of look and shit, you know. Oh shit, recently. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 203, by the way, level 203, almost level 300. You know, I'm going all the way to like level 300. You got me fucked up. I'm going, chat. I'm going all the way to level 300. We maxing the shit out. Minerva Mink. Minerva Mink is kind of like the same way as well. Very feminine damsel, you know. Wifey. But no, like in the grand scheme of things, like the females that I mentioned, they all have one thing in common. They're very feminine, right? They're very, like, you know, I mean, Rouge the Bat, right? There's like sexy jazz music playing when she's like on the screen. Big titties, you know. Very, very like mesmerizing, hypnotized like eyes, you know. It's like you'll get lost, right? If you have like eye contact with Rouge, right? She looks into your eyes while she's talking. Like you'll be mesmerized. You'll be lost in her eyes type shit, you know? She got like the constant fuck me eyes and shit. That's what I mean. But also in the same breath, they can whoop your ass if they wanted to. I remember watching a lot of Sonic the Hedgehog cartoons as a kid, and they had a lot of strong, smart ladies. Yeah. I mean, not even just like Sonic. A lot of OG cartoon movies from like the 90s and like 2000 and stuff. They all have one thing in common. Female characters can be very, very curvy, right? They can be like very, like having like an insane curved body, like they're thick as hell, right? They're very good looking. They're sexy. You get like lost in their eyes and shit, you know? It's like you look at them, you get like an instant crush. But in the same breath, they're smart. They're dominating, right? They can be all that while still looking good. That's what like a lot of like media is like missing these days today, because you have all this woke shit. You have all this woke shit. You know, even like look at like the Western games. You know, you can't have a female character actually like looking good anymore. They need to be bald. They need to be like bulky. They need to look like a man for a woman to be taken serious. According to them, right? According to them, a woman needs to look like that to be taken serious. Which is just not true at all. It was never the case. Like someone like Lola Bunny, as an example, right? Lola Bunny was like very curvy, very sexy looking, you know. Even when she was like, every time she was like on the screen, you had like all the male characters like absolutely like fucking foaming at their mouth seeing her, right? Even like someone like Bugs Bunny, who's always been portrayed as someone who's like cocky, he's very confident, right? Nothing can really beat like Bugs Bunny, because he'll fuck you up like in a cartoonish way, you know, one way or another. You know, he'll make like a random ass hole or some shit, like some dumb ass shit, right? Cartoonish shit. here comes Lola Bunny out of nowhere. And he's absolutely foaming at his mouth. Drooling. Breed mode, right? And he literally like steps up. He's like, hey, my name is Bugs, you know, shaking her hand and shit, right? And then he goes like the whole thing, like, you want to go a little one-on-one, doll? And that's when Lola Bunny is like showing like her personality, like her true personality. So she's like good looking, she's sexy looking. The jazzy, sexy music is like there on the screen. The way she's walking, right? She's like she's definitely swaying her hips, right? Like everything. She's just like, fuck, man. Like, just give me one night, just one, please, Lola Bunny, just a tip. You know what I mean? But the moment she get called a doll, right? She gets the fiery eye, like the attitude, you know, the kind of like raging kind of like face. He tells Bugs Bunny, you know, get on the court. They do a little one-on-one, right? And she absolutely fucking obliterates him. Breaks his ankles, all that shit. Which is crazy to think about because Bugs Bunny is like, you know, in the grand scheme of things, Bugs Bunny is like the god of like Toon Force in a way. I know you got like someone like, you know, Popeye and, you know, other characters, but you know what I mean. Like at least like in the Looney Tunes like universe, yeah, Bugs Bunny is like the god of that in terms of like Toon Force and shit. Yet he still got his ankles broke by Lola Bunny when it came to like basketball. And then, you know, after that, you know, she's like walking towards him. You have that like little sexy moment where like her top is like kind of like falling down a little bit from her shoulders, so she's like adjusts this a little bit while she's like walking towards him. She grabs him and she goes like, don't ever call me doll. She blows her ears back, like, you know, she's blowing her ears backwards because they're like falling in front of her. Like it's like hair kind of like in a way where like the hair is kind of like falling in front of her, kind of like covering the eye a little bit to give her like a little bit more sexy, seductive look. She blows the ears back so they're kind of like falling back as a ponytail. You know, so everything she does is sexy as fuck. Yet, she still shows how she can be like badass at the same time. But now we live in a day and age where literal moms, parents are gonna look at that and be like, oh no, we can't have that on the screen no more. You know, how dare they do that when my child is watching this shit, knowing damn well they were like the one watching that shit, like when they were kids. What do you say? Femme fatale types? Is that how you say that word? Femme fatale? But yeah, I mean, chat, from my childhood, there's so many times this is like the case. Not just for like anthropomorphic furry characters, also for other characters. Chell from El Dorado. Chell is so damn fucking fine. Like, holy fuck. Chell from El Dorado, like the Road to El Dorado. Bro, I do not have numbers on how much I've gooned to fucking Chell from El Dorado. Like, it is insane how fucking fine she is. Also, at the same time, badass. I love it. Showing that a female, that a woman can still look good as fuck and still be taken serious. You know what I mean? She's not just like a thing for the eyes. When she's like stealing like the dices from like Miguel and Turio or some shit like that, and they're like, how did you get those? And then I think it's like Miguel is like going like, and where did she hit them or some shit like that. Yeah, I miss that. I really do. I really miss those old days where, and again, I guess this could just come from like what I grew up with as a kid. Because when I was like reading like comic books and all that shit as a kid, like Marvel comic books, like Dark Horse comics and shit, right? Marvel, DC, all those kind of like comics and stuff, right? Male characters were jacked as fuck. Like they were jacked. And female characters got their titties and their ass out. And they were still kicking ass. They were still being badass. But again, you have like, you know, you have certain groups where they're like, oh, you know, so now we can't have fat people no more in like comics or some shit like that. Let me introduce you to Kingpin. You know? Have you ever heard about Kingpin? Maybe you haven't. I don't know. You know, Kingpin has been around for a hot minute, way before all this woke shit happened. Blob from X-Men, you know, they made Blob so fucking cool in like X-Men Evolution, like the TV series and shit. So it's like, I don't know, man, like I think y'all just want to like do all this shit because you want to force like your political view, not just like you know, in your own circle, but in every kind of like media that any like media, gaming, anything that anybody consumes. That's how it feels like these days today. It's the same in World of Warcraft. Like World of Warcraft has the same shit going on. There's always someone, you know, that sneaks in the dev team and they start like making their own political view like a thing in the game. I've seen it so much. It happens on a daily basis, even in WoW. When WoW had the whole like allegations, like the sexual assault allegations and whatnot, which for some reason actually turned out to be a lie. Some of the stuff turned out to be a live chat. Like some of it is true. I guarantee you for sure. Some of it is true for sure. But not all of it is true. But the people that made up those kind of things. I think someone like Asmongold and like a lot of other like massive content creators like actually made a video about it like not that long ago, like covering it, like the news and stuff. And it turned out to be like an inside job because like Blizzard was doing too good in California, and someone was feeling some type of way about it, which is also crazy because when these like allegations happened in Blizzard, a lot of people don't talk about like Riot Games had literally the same allegations happen to them. Like I'm not even kidding. Like when the allegations came out for Blizzard, literally the same time Riot Games was under the same allegations. You know what Riot Games did? Riot Games said, yes, we are a massive company, and shit like this happens. It just happens, and it's out of our control. When you are such a massive company, you can't. It's impossible to moderate everyone. Like you can't look after everyone. So what they did was, they paid whatever like the fine was, right, for like the suing and whatnot. They literally just paid it. They deadass just paid it, and that's it. Never to be mentioned again. They just paid it. They said shit happens. Kind of crazy to think about. But yeah, I don't know. Most games feels like you just have like certain groups that just want to like throw in their political view on everything. Whereas like for me, like y'all chat, y'all know my view on anything. I don't care what the fuck you do, man. I really don't. I genuinely do not care what you do. I don't care what your political view is. As long as you don't hurt yourself, as long as you don't hurt anyone like around you, I can't really see a problem with it, you know? I really can't. And that's pretty much it. I remember there was like some characters that was like really cool, like in some comics and shit. And then eventually they'll say some shit like, well, like the writer would say like, oh, by the way, in case y'all didn't know, this character is actually gay. And majority of people, most people, like 99% of like people that fucked with that character, their answer to that was majority of the time just like, oh, that's cool, I guess. It doesn't really change my view on the character. I still find the character cool. And the reason why people don't care is because the character is cool. You know what I mean? It's the same thing like when Riot Games had the allegations and they just paid out like whatever they need to pay out and just like moved on to the next thing. The reason why people didn't like bat an eye on the shit, or they didn't complain about it, or, you know, fucking witch hunted them, like Pitchfork and all that shit, was because Riot Games games were actually good. Their games were good. Blizzard, their games were not good. Blizzard was already on a downhill. Like when it came to WoW Shadowlands, when it came to Diablo, when it came to Hearthstone. Heroes of the Storm for some reason doesn't exist no more, you know what I mean? Like they were already on a downward spiral of like bad games and like just poor development and updates and all that shit. And then suddenly they get hit by this fucking lawsuit or whatever it was. And everybody like being mad. Being like, oh, this is why the game sucks, cause like y'all being too busy, like not keeping your hands to yourself and shit. And now you have these big ass like rich corporate people in like Blizzard that is like, oh, we have to show that we care about women in this game, so we're gonna do everything in our power to make the game appealing to women. And they're just failing at that. They're just failing so fucking hard at that. Like to the point where like the actual female like audience for World of Warcraft are complaining about the game being ass. Even if like most of the updates and shit are like literally targeted towards them. Blizzard don't know what they're doing. Like they actually have zero idea about their audience. They have zero clue about like what their audience is. They're so confused. They don't know what their audience is. They don't know if they want this. They don't know if they want that. And all they need to do is literally just like go like on forums and just listen. Just open your ears, open your eyes, open your teeth, open up everything. Literally just look, just go and listen to like what the community want. But Blizzard knows best, you know? Big corporate company. It's like Big Brother kind of like mentality they got. They're like, no, Big Brother knows best. I remember that X-Men Evolution. Yeah. Shoot, I gotta go. Have a great rest of the stream. Yo, SBK, appreciate it, man. Appreciate. No problemo. Thank you for just stopping by. You like the femme fatale type? I don't know if it like I don't know if it's like, oh, I like specifically a femme fatale type. I think I just like when a female looks good. You know what I mean? Like in the grand scheme of things, I don't care if a female character in the game is like portrayed as like, you know, like somebody who don't know shit, like she's dumb, right? She's like a bimbo or some shit like that. Like I don't mind that. I like my hoes, you know what I mean? I like my hoes in like anime and like video games and all that shit. But I definitely also do appreciate and I do like when female characters is also like badass, like Yoruichi from like Bleach or Rangiku, right? I love those characters, but in the same breath, I don't mind someone like Otohime as well, right? Otohime Inoue. I like her too, right? She's like a little bit more like cute, shy, you know. She's like a very, very feminine kind of like woman, right? Big ass titties and shit. It's the same thing in like Naruto, right? Let's just take Naruto as an example. I love Hinata. Hinata in Naruto, she's cute. She's very, very girly, all that shit, right? But as y'all should know, my all-time favorite woman in Naruto is Tsunade. Tsunade, she got big ass titties, right? And she's very, very like confident and badass, you know? She'll like punch you. So it's like I love every type of like woman. You know what I mean? I love every type of woman. That's not the problem here. The problem is that you have writers that are so scared to like make a female character look feminine. They're so scared of making a female character actually look sexy as fuck because they're so scared of like the backlash they'll get from like random ass like nobodies on Twitter crying, complaining about like a character not being fat or like not being black or not like representing them one way or another. Bro, let them cook. If the writer or the game dev or whatever the case may be, if they want to make the character look like that, let them cook. You know what I mean? But that's what I mean, like, with the whole, like, political, like, view shit. You know what I mean? Like, nobody can actually just, like, nobody can enjoy a character just for the sake of enjoying a character. They'll look at, like, they'll look at a character in a video game or, like, in a movie or, like, in a TV series, some shit like that. And instead of being like, wow, I really like this character's story, you know, I'm kind of, like, intrigued. I want to see, like, how this shit is going to unfold. They don't even pay attention to the story no more. They'll just look at like a TV series and they'll be like, why isn't there a character that's gay? Why isn't there a trans character? Why isn't there a Chinese character? Why isn't there a black character? Why isn't there a white character? Why isn't there, you know, insert whatever? Like everything is just like political. Everything is just literally political now. And then you have people with this mindset. They become game devs. They become like writers. They become like whatever the case may be, right? And they get hired by whatever company that you support, and then before you know it, 10 years down, like 10 years down the run, suddenly the game that you fell in love with is not the same game anymore because, you know, it got infiltrated by all these people that just have various different like political views and they want to like put them in the game. That pisses me the fuck off. You know what I mean? That actually pisses me the fuck off. It's the same thing, like, I have a lot of, like, I actually have, like, a lot of friends who are, like, transgender. I have a lot of, like, homies, like, in the LGBTQ. Like, I actually, like, I fuck with them. Like, some of them are, like, some of my very good homies. People that I've known for, like, years and shit. You know what I mean? And those people that I've known for, like, years, they would never try to make me gay, right? They would never try to like do anything like that. But I definitely have a lot of people like on Twitter, especially like when it comes to my art and shit, they'll DM me being like, yo Chris, I fuck with your content, I love your shit, right? But then they try to make me gay or some shit like that. Or they ask me if I'm gay, and I'm saying like, yeah, sorry bro, you know, I'm not gay, I'm straight. But hey, thanks for liking my content. Some of them, most of them thankfully, they'll be like, oh okay, you know, hey, I just, you know, just wanted to be sure. Thanks for being honest or some shit like that, right? And we'll just move on from there. But you also have those people that'll say, oh, he's not gay, I'm gonna make him gay, I'm gonna turn him gay. You know what I mean? No respect. Zero respect. It's like, you know, a character like, what's his name? Gibraltar from like Apex Legends. Gibraltar from like Apex Legends. I had no idea that the character was gay. I had zero clue that the character was gay. But I really, really love Gibraltar. I think Gibraltar is like, I think he's a good written character. I think. Me personally, I think he's a good written character. You know what I mean? So when I found out that Gibraltar is gay, you know what I said? I just said, okay, that's fine. It's not gonna change my view on him or anything like that. You know what I mean? My view is not gonna change at all. I still think he's a cool character, and that's what we're lacking. We're lacking the whole thing of like writers and game devs and whatever the case may be, right? We're lacking that like feeling of making a character just for the sake of like making a character. You know what I mean? The genuine feel of like, okay, I'm gonna make this character and he's gonna have this like deep story or whatever the case may be, right? But we have a lot of like game devs and writers that don't think like that anymore. They'll just think two things: I need to make this character and I need to make them gay. And then people are gonna ask, so what's their story? You know, what's their background and shit? And their background story and whatever the case may be is just so ass. It's so bad. It is so fucking bad. You know what I mean? Because that wasn't their focus. That wasn't their focus. They just wanted to make a gay character. So they could have a gay character and everybody's like, they're like, yay, we got a gay character. Pushing like the political view. You know what I mean? Whereas like, if you really want to push your political view, you know, oh, there was like this scientist, right? There was this scientist a long ass time ago. He says something between the lines of, first, you get your facts straight. Once you've gotten your facts straight, then you get a chance to tell a bigger story or some shit like that. And I kind of feel like that's what like, that's kind of like what most of these like gay characters, in my opinion, are like lacking. You know? First, make a really, really good written character, right? Make a really good written story. Something that really grips people. And if you can do that, it doesn't matter what their sexuality or whatever the case is. It doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, it actually empowers them. You know? If you can make like a really good written character with like some really good lore and all that shit, right? Something that really makes people like, they want more from that character. It doesn't matter if they're gay or not. Like, people are gonna love the character regardless. But if you are gay, right? If you are part of the LGBTQ and you see a character like that, wouldn't that be 10 times better to brag about? You know what I mean? Which scientist? I don't even know his name. But that's what he said. First you get your facts straight, and then you get to tell a bigger story, some shit like that. 263. By the way, level 263. But I mean, you know what I mean, like just look at how like Asian devs, they don't care, they don't give a fuck. Like just look at Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals, they don't give a fuck. They'll make the female characters hot as fuck, big tits, fat ass, all that shit, and in the same breath they'll make the male characters like jacked as fuck and shit. You know what I mean? They don't give a fuck about any of that. I love Asian devs. Asian devs are always cooking. It's the same with Stellar Blade. Even though a lot of people like, they'll look at Stellar Blade and they'll be like, oh yeah, a Guna game. You know what I mean? Is this one bugged? Thing's bugged. Literally every time I try like capture something or like fish. I would say the type I lean to are the cherry bubbly type. Cherry bubbly type. I don't even know what a cherry bubbly type is. Oh wait, AJ, you remember the WoW video I was talking about? You remember the WoW video I was talking about, where I talked about like the whole thing of like Disneyfication? You trying to see that shit? You trying to see that shit while I'm fishing, so you can see what I absolutely mean about like how WoW changed. Because WoW used to be like very, very, you know, very Dungeons and Dragons type shit, you know, very dark and like gritty, dark and gritty. A game meant like literally a game made for men, you know, a very chud game, if that's like the word. It's not that Andy Payne's guy, is it? Who the fuck is Andy Payne's? I mean, based off my reaction, you can tell that that's not who it is. Because I don't even know who the fuck you just mentioned. $269. Literally 30 more levels. 30 more levels to max level. Oh yeah, we getting there. He's the dude that did the pussification of gay. Oh, that fucking guy. No, not that guy. No. This video is actually made by a woman. I don't know why that would like make it more like valid, but I do love seeing women make these type of games, not games, videos. I do love it because, you know, the thing is, every time you see like a man make these kind of videos, a lot of people would just look at it. Well, yeah, a lot of people. I'm just gonna say a lot of people, like men and women. A lot of them are gonna look at it and be like, "Oh yeah, this shit is like so misogynistic and shit." Whereas like, No, he got a point. If you just pay attention, he actually got a point. That doesn't mean like the way he's delivering it is a good way of like talking about it or like mention about it or like bringing it up or like bring awareness to it. But now we tone policing. And if there's one thing I hate is when somebody's tone policing. But no, it's not made by that person. Her channel blew up.
World of
Lately.
Warcraft is one of the most tragic victims of the modern game.
Like her channel blew up lately on YouTube.
The Burning Crusade was a pivotal and defining expansion.
Let me do this. Did I just click on a different video? I think I just clicked on a different video.
World of Warcraft is one of the
Here. I put it in the corner like this. Crack down my game volume so I can fish and you can hear everything that she's talking about.
most tragic victims of the modern World of Warcraft is one of the most tragic victims of the modern gaming industry that brutally mishandles legendary IPs and turns them into shadows of their former selves. It's a textbook example of you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. In its foundations, Warcraft established a certain look or aesthetic for itself that made it really stand out in a sea of other titles in the fantasy genre. Most notably, despite their clear influences from other games, the races of Warcraft had their own flair about them that you could only find in Warcraft or WoW. However, over the years we have seen a devastating shift in tone, writing, and art direction that have turned WoW from this vast, gritty fantasy that did have a bit of whimsy here and there to a full-on Disney-fied version of its former self. Today, I want to talk a bit about how WoW lost its uniquely Warcraft identity, focusing mainly on art and aesthetics, and just have a bit of an honest discussion on what exactly went wrong and why it matters in the context of a changing, out-of-touch industry that has plunged many legendary franchises into an identity and aesthetic crisis. Before we get started, hi, my name is Angelica, and this is a video that I have been building up to for a while. It isn't a new discussion, but it's really important to me as somebody who grew up with Warcraft, and I am probably the way that I am because of it. Now, previously on this channel, we have had several in-depth discussions.
Same. Been playing this game since it came out. Same.
On the races of Warcraft and certain aesthetic and tone shifts that have fundamentally changed how they were even from Warcraft 3 to Vanilla WoW, or even some things that have straight up ruined everything that was unique about a particular race. It hits hardest with the Night Elves, as we have seen, where they went from these savage men and women who fought with a brutality that even the orcs couldn't believe to Please don't hurt my twee. You can check this video out if you want to hear about it in more detail, but for me this has sparked a wider discussion on where exactly WoW lost this brutal Warcraft essence and how did we get to these Disney vibes. Honestly, you don't really have to do any in-depth analysis to see that there is a massive difference between even these images here, as if they come from totally different.
Look at that shit. Look at that shit. The org on the left is, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's, the game is old and the characters and models and shit, they need like a makeup, right? Or like a facelift, not makeup. Like they needed like a facelift and all that, but you can definitely tell which direction they were going and who like took over. Like the old models have like very, very like, you know, gritty. Same thing for Lord of the Rings. And I think she mentions that in the video as well. Like if you take all the important female characters in Lord of the Rings, and you put all their like their scenes together, they don't even have the equivalent like of an hour. They don't even have the equivalent of an hour. So that means the Lord of the Rings was definitely made for dudes. Why? Because most dudes played Dungeons and Dragons and all that shit, right? Disneyfied, way better term. But that's the same as saying Disneyfication. That's the entire point. That's the entire point. That's the entire point I've been making, like since I talked about it the first time. Disneyfication, Disneyfied is literally, it's the same term. It's just two different words. But it's the same thing. And yes, that's literally what it is. It went from the very testosterone, gritty kind of like feeling to like very, well, Disneyfication, Disneyfied.
Universes. Everyone looks so bubbly, kind. Even the rougher options for faces look so soft and clean. It's missing that bit of spice that we saw with older models. And this bubbly, well-rounded and smooth kind of look really goes for how the rest of the world looks as well. Some people suggest that this is just the natural way that
it's the same when it comes to like the running animation. If you look at the running animation for like the playable races in like the quote unquote the good old days of World of Warcraft, they ran a lot more like, you know, like they were going to battle type shit, you know? They're like kind of like run, very gritty run. I like using that word, gritty, you know? But now they run very bubbly, very energetically, you know? As she also mentioned.
Rest with these newer models, but I would argue that it definitely could have taken a different way if they wanted it to.
Huh?
Just look at these unused human models and how much they resemble their Warcraft 3 selves. There was already
how much delay do you have on my stream?
Vanilla World of Warcraft, but at that point it wasn't anything too egregious, even though it would have been nice to see them explore this particular look for humans. A more intimidating, sharper look, and something that made them stand out from humans in other fantasy games. Warcraft 3 was a defining game for the overall look that made WoW so great. They established a very interesting balance between the masculine and the feminine that worked in harmony to amplify one another. By this, I mean it tapped into the side of fantasy that is effortlessly, universally appealing. Strong, believable characters, flawed, but each with their own personalities and their own motivations when it comes to the greater fight for the good of their own race or whatever cause they support. A very mature approach that gave a lot of room for growth and a future for Warcraft. It reminds me of how The Lord of the Rings, particularly the movies, are so appealing to literally everyone. They never needed to overcompensate in a way that a lot of modern games and fantasy in general tends to do nowadays.
Yep,
For
there it
example,
is.
did you know that in total, if you take all of the main female characters and put their
On phone
screen
now?
time
Okay.
together, you don't even get a full hour. And despite this, The Lord of the Rings has a massive female
Well, at least to answer like the thing you said about like the whole pussification. And you saying Disneyfied is like a better term for it instead of like the whole pussification. Yeah, I mean, I agree, but it also depends on what we're talking about. Because some games out there are really, and I will quote, actually pussified. And it's not every game that is like Disneyfied, you know what I mean? It's not every single game out there that gets like the whole Disneyfication. And it's not every game out there that gets, again, quote unquote, pussified. So I don't want to replace any of those words. You know what I mean? Some things are pussified, some things are Disneyfied. I don't think like the whole thing of like, oh, let's take this word and use this instead. Cause I would argue that I would argue that, you know, just because something gets pussified doesn't mean it's bad, but it depends on how it's pussified. And sometimes when something is pussified, doesn't mean that it automatically means that it's like Disney kind of like look-alike. Unless you just mean like, well, unless your look on anything that's Disney related is pussified, or anything that's pussified is Disney related.
fan base. Then we can look at it in a way that a lot of modern games and fantasy in general tends to do nowadays. For example, did you know that in total, if you take all of the main female characters and put their screen time together, you don't even get a full hour. And despite this, The Lord of the Rings has a massive female fan base. Then we can look at the Rings of Power.
I will argue though, there are a lot of like good-looking male characters in Lord of the Rings, and I know this because a lot of my female friends, including my sister back then, every single one of them had a crush on Aragorn. It was either Aragorn, or it was Boromir, or Faramir, or especially Legolas, aka Orlando Bloom, right? So that does something, you know? It helps. I think that's important to mention.
And how they massacred Galadriel's character to where she's no longer a strong, wise elf, but an insufferable girl boss who behaves like those main characters from the Disney shows. Everything feels over-exaggerated, overplayed, and unnatural. Warcraft had a place for everybody, not because they had to fit someone in to meet a quota, but because the world naturally formed in this way. In the art,
That's what I'm missing in games. What she just said right there.
overplayed, and unnatural. Warcraft had a place for everybody, not because they had to fit someone in to meet a quota, but because
They did not make a character just for the sake of making the character because, oh, we're lacking this group to be represented, or we're lacking somebody to represent this, that, or the other. No, they just made characters because that's what the lore needed, that character. And people absolutely loved that character, not from their political view or whatever the case may be, but because of the character's actions in the story. That's what I'm missing. That's literally it. Is that too much to ask for?
the world naturally formed in this way. In the RTS, for example, the Night Elves, despite being such a wild and brutal race, are actually a matriarchal society, and little things like even the in-game callouts are done with a female voice, as opposed to the other races that have male voice callouts. Modern WoW has a lot of flaws when it comes to writing, but particularly female characters feel so forced, unnatural, and like their motivation doesn't come from a genuine place, but instead it's all just sort of performative. Sylvanas went from the tragic survivor of the Lich King, the powerful Banshee Queen that unified the Forsaken, to a cartoony villain. The rest of the writing across the world, coupled with the cadence with which female characters speak, is just
Same thing with there are like female characters in WoW. There's a bunch of female characters in WoW that are like actually like good. They're like sexy looking, good looking, and all that shit. Like you literally had like someone who is like a fucking demigod, like dragon. Alexstrasza. Alexstrasza was literally like the character is actually on the screen right now. This character, Alexstrasza, was she was wearing like a bra and a thong. She was like almost naked, just walking around with her ass out and shit. No issue. And she was like, not even, she still is arguably one of the strongest like characters in like, well, not one of the strongest characters in like the entire World of Warcraft universe, but she's up there. You know? She is up there. Sylvanas, Jaina Proudmoore, Chromie, Tyrande, Whisperwind, Maiev Shadowsong. Like, there's a bunch of female characters that are just bad as fuck. Bad as fuck and badass as fuck.
It's Disney.
Wait, what did you say?
Instead, it's all just sort of performative. Sylvanas went from the tragic survivor of the Lich King, the powerful Banshee Queen that unified the Forsaken, to a cartoony villain. The rest of the writing across the world, coupled with the cadence with which female characters speak, is just... it's Disney.
Is that?
Thoradin's Wall? Yes.
Then the stories and legends I read as a child were true.
This is an infamous example. The way that it looks like a poorly made machinima from the early days, and to be fair, even those looked better.
Dinath fought
Oh,
to save
God.
all of Azeroth. He sold us out so the Alliance and Horde could wage war in
The meme is so bad.
But it's that overplayed style of narration that is used to tell you about history that is somehow relevant to the plot. The shades that she's wearing are also kind of throwing me off. We get two supposedly strong female characters here, but their dialogue is so poorly written and it's delivered in such a strange way that I can't help but just cringe at it. There was talk about this sort of thing happening a lot, not just in WoW, but in other games in general, in an attempt to make games more appealing to women. This is the industry's idea of what is supposed to be appealing to women.
And I actually find that so fucking disrespectful towards women. This is not even about like, you know, yeah, I want all this testosterone and masculinity back in video games, like, or like that fucking YouTube guy said, like the whole fucking pussification, whatever shit he said. It's not even about that. It's these rich fucking shareholders and companies that think like that women are so fucking dumb, you know? Like, oh, we need to have like a bigger female audience for our games. How we gonna bring them in, boys? How we gonna bring them in? Oh, just add like cute screaming magical colors and stuff. Add these like cute plushies in the game. Yeah, that'll make them play the game. Yeah. It's actually fucking disrespectful, in my opinion. It's disrespectful because they are assuming that it's gonna work. Or not even assuming. They believe that's gonna work, and they believe that women like can't think out of the box. It's actually like disrespectful. if anything.
A corporate-brained group of people that never really had interest in video games to begin with came up with this. An out-of-touch entity that has all of the power, but none of the creativity to bring Warcraft back to its former glory. Why is it that in order to appeal to female gamers, we need to infantilize the dialogue and the writing to Disney levels? Things like this are straight up insulting to everybody's intelligence. I wonder how it passed quality check.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. It is literally insulting to everyone's intelligence, especially women.
Back to this and says, hey, maybe this is a little bit silly. This is a little side note that goes beyond World of Warcraft and shows you just how much the industry does not take female characters or female gamers seriously, and how much they misunderstand
They
us.
water things
A recent
down.
example is God of War Laufey, which...
Yeah, you could say that. They're watering things down, but also at the same time not. They're not really watering things down. They are, but also at the same time, they're not. This is like... I don't know how to explain it. Like, yeah, they are watering things down, but it's like beyond. It's like beyond watering things down. Like, they actually think like women don't have a brain with that mindset. Like, it's insulting as fuck. But this is like beyond watering down. You know what I mean?
is such an unfortunate thing for to take female characters or female gamers seriously, and how much they misunderstand us. A recent example is God of War Laufey, which is such an unfortunate...
I mean, it's the same thing that I mentioned as well with, like, just take Lola Bunny again as an example, right? Let's just use Lola Bunny again. You literally, like, in Space Jam 2, like, the second Space Jam movie, they literally, like, nerfed Lola Bunny to the ground. They got rid of her titties, they got rid of her ass, they got rid of, like, her hourglass, like, body proportion and all that shit. Like, they literally just, they removed her knees. Everything is gone. She has literally no features. And the writers literally said this. Like, they specifically said, we had to do this. That's what it said. We had to do this for Lola Bunny because we wanted characters to be taken more serious. We wanted characters to look strong, independent, empowering without having to look like, you know, they're just like easy on the eyes. That's what they said. That is entirely specifically their own words. And I remember I read that article and I just sat there in silence and just thinking, wow, I didn't know when a character has like boobs that they just like automatically like loses like intelligence, you know? I didn't know like once you have a D cup or some shit like that, or once you have a C cup, it means like that you get minus in like IQ or something. Like, what the fuck are we doing? You know what I mean? Some of the most, again, it's insulting. It's insulting to women. That's actually just like, it's just that there's nothing else to say about it. It's actually just like, it's just insulting as fuck. That if a woman looks good, they can't be taken serious or some shit like that. That's like, that's their argument. That's why they wanted to do all that. That like, that's, again, that's just insulting as fuck. So being with down because they doubt fans. Yeah, I guess a mix of like they're doubting fans, but I guess also a mix of like, you know, maybe there are some parents out there that look at it and be like, oh, you know, how dare you, you know, my kids are watching this. There'll always be like these single mother Karens, you know, they'll I mean, it's the same thing that happened with like Tracer in like Overwatch. You remember that shit? You remember that shit? When they were like, bro, we do not appreciate that, you know? as a mother to two as a single mother of 4 children. How dare you do this type of shit? You know? So then so they nerfed Tracer, but it didn't nerf Widowmaker. Dumbing down. Oh, okay. You just okay, yeah. They're dumbing down. Dumbing down, nerfing down, everything. Like to me at least. What kind of message are you sending to women when you do that? You know what I mean? That's why I'm like, that's so insulting. That's just insulting as fuck. Anyways, let's keep on going.
Thing for me, because a game along the lines of Heavenly Sword or a God of War game with a female protagonist.
Also, by the way, 4 levels left for max level.
A recent example is God of War Laufey, which is such an unfortunate thing for me because a game along the lines of Heavenly Sword or a God of War game with a female protagonist does sound like it's something that would appeal to me, like I would be the target audience for that kind of game. But when I watched the showcase and heard little bits of her dialogue and what she was saying, I felt confused.
Okay, I think they're gone.
Just be careful.
Where are we anyway?
Afterlife of the gods? I call it the everyone. So, what's the plan, boss?
Not your boss, Frank.
Why does she have...
I ain't gonna lie, I actually hate that line. That being said, when I saw God of War Laufey, when I saw it the first time, I was absolutely losing my shit. Absolutely losing my shit. I was like hype as fuck. I was like, holy shit. Like, we got like Egyptian mythology in there. We got like some other stuff as well. Like, this shit is about to be good. Now that it has simmered down, you know, the hype is gone. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, I don't think it's gonna be a bad game. I don't think that. I honestly God do not think it is gonna be a bad game. I don't think so. I think there it is. 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 You collected Midnight Fisher's shop sign? Well, there it is. Max level in fishing. GG. Yeah, I don't think the game's gonna be bad or anything like that. I actually think the game is gonna be, I think it's gonna be good in its own way. But I am one of those people that do say it's just not gonna feel like a God of War without Kratos. Like, I'm sorry, it's just not. Anyone out there that says that God of War does not need Kratos to be God of War are lying to themselves. And to be honest, I don't even think they played the Greek mythology. I don't even think they played the Greek god mythology trilogy and all that shit. I am assuming someone that has that like mindset where they're saying God of War does not need Kratos to be God of War. I'm just gonna assume they only play God of War 4 or God of War 5, aka Ragnarok. I'm just gonna assume that at that point. Honestly, God, I'm literally just gonna assume that. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, you definitely did not play the Greek god mythology. Yeah, you didn't even play the side games. Yeah, you definitely did not. You know what I mean? And I can see why some people would complain about that. You know, some people are complaining to it way more than other people, right? But that's my take. That's my view on it. I'm like, yeah, I don't think the game is not gonna be good, but it's just it's like making a Ratchet and Clank game and Ratchet and Clank is not involved. It's like making a Jak and Daxter game and Jak and Daxter is not involved. It's like making a Sly Cooper game without having Sly Cooper being involved. It's like making a Crash Bandicoot game without having Crash or Coco or Crunch in the game. I don't think that's I don't think that's a lame take. I don't think that's a weird take. It's just common sense. But you're doing it because you know it's gonna sell because the title of the game is God of War. That's my take on it. If you say that on Twitter, people are gonna call you a misogynist. They're gonna say, oh, of course you're gonna say that because now a female character is involved and yada yada yada, or whatever the case may be. Where it's like, no, that's not why I'm saying it. I'm saying it because it's very common sense. You know? It's like, yeah. I mean, you go ahead, right? Make a couple of God of War games that doesn't have Kratos in them. I ain't gonna stop you. I'm just saying, it might not sell well. Or that's what I'm at least thinking, you know? It's like DMC and No Dante. It's like, yeah, it's like... I mean, Kratos might be in the game, right? Don't get me wrong, like, because clearly there's, like, these, like, weird-ass moments where, like, Lao Fei is, like... Well, Fei is, like... She needs to, like, get up, right? And there's, like, Kratos, like, reaching out to her. And she grabs the hand and then, like, Kratos disappears again. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, he's there, but he's not. You know, he's there, but he's not really. So it's like, I don't know, man. But I hope the game does good. But also at the same time, I'm a little bit scared if it actually does good. Because if the game does really, really good, it sends the message to Santa Monica Studio that they don't need Kratos to make a God of War game. You know what I mean? And to be honest, I said this like a long ass time ago as well. When I specifically said, like, I think personally the next God of War game is gonna be about Atreus. I've said that for a long ass time. And I genuinely meant that. I thought the next God of War game was gonna be something with Atreus. You literally see Atreus, like, you know, going on his own adventure in God of War. God of War 5, Ragnarok, right? You see him, like, he goes on his own journey. Kratos telling him he's ready and all that shit. So I thought he was gonna, like, we were gonna, like, continue the story a little bit with Atreus, right? And he stumbles upon Egypt and he learns a lot more about, like, how Tyr was, like, you know, communicating with, like, the Egyptian mythology people and, you know, all that shit. Like, I actually thought they were gonna, like, kind of move towards that. And maybe something was gonna happen with Atreus. Something, like, very, very serious was gonna happen with Atreus, where then eventually Kratos would have to, like, put his own little, like, quest of, like, fixing things in the Norse mythology, and now, you know, he's being like prayed to and all that shit, right? Because that's what happens at the end of, like, God of War Ragnarok. Like, he has to, like, put away that godhood for now to, like, go save his son. And that would be, like, you know, how we would play Kratos, like, in God of War 6. Egyptian mythology or some shit like that. That's, like, that's how I thought shit was, like, gonna go down. But no. That was just not how it was gonna go down. So I don't know. I don't know, man. But definitely, like, watching the trailer a couple of times now, I definitely see what they're doing with Lao Fei. They're doing this whole, like, they're giving her this kind of, like, boss lady kind of like boss lady perspective. Even with the cube, it's like, you know, so what's the plan, boss? And she's like, I'm not your boss. Like, it's so quirky. You know what I mean? It's like really quirky. It's like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? But I know it's Faye, and Faye is like really like, Faye is like on the same tier in a way when it comes to like combat and all that shit. Like Kratos might even be better in some perspective. That's Kratos' own words, you know what I mean? So it's like, you would assume that, and they kind of show that in God of War Ragnarok, in my opinion. They kind of show like how calm, collected, and how smooth like Faye is like under pressure, right? Even like when you're doing like the little hunts where you're gonna find like that wolf that's like going around and it's like sick. Like when Kratos is like dreaming, like she's kind of like showing Kratos like the ropes of like how to like hunt, you know, be calm minded and all that, you know. Where Kratos is a lot more like aggressive, you know. He's like you know, animal dies and get eaten by other animals. It's just nature running its course, right? Or when Kratos is like, it is not our problem, right? And not Atreus, but Faye is telling him, trouble doesn't have to show up at our doorstep before it can become like, before it is like our problem or some shit like that. So she's like, they're kind of like going, like they're kind of clashing in a way, right? From both of their perspective, and both of their perspectives are legit. Like Kratos is not wrong in what he's saying, and Faye is not wrong either in what she's saying. They're both right, but they come from two different kind of cultures. They come from two different kind of mythologies, and they're coming from definitely two different kinds of universes, right? Because Kratos was raised as a Spartan, where Faye is raised as a giant. You know what I mean? But this whole thing they're doing right now with the whole girl boss thing is like, I don't know. Like, Faye never really needed that. She never needed that, but it's getting forced in a way.
Afterlife of the gods? I call it the everyone. So, what's the plan?
And it doesn't fit her.
Not your boss, Frank.
Why does she have to be so quirky, and why are we so...
What did I just say? What did I just say? What did I just say?
Afraid of or embarrassed by a true fantasy setting where people speak and act like they would in a serious, mature fantasy setting? Why is there a gelatinous cube named Frank? Where in Greek mythology did we have something like this? The creation of these cartoony girl bosses or quirk chunguses show that they don't really understand what made other fantasy titles so popular with female gamers. Look at things like Skyrim or even Elden Ring as like a really small example. They are games that are just completely themselves. Every character fits naturally into their setting, there is no unnecessary comic relief to make female characters more relatable or less awkward, and there's no Disney-style over-narration of events to make sure that girls will understand what's going on. Those games are just good, and that is why everybody likes them. You don't have to overcompensate at every turn with cute and whimsical characters to get girls to play your game. I'm gonna say something, and it's that performative male feminism has majorly contributed to the industry's skewed and out-of-touch view of female gamers. When this sort of thing receives any bit of criticism, you'll have the white knights come out and say, oh,
I fucking hate that. Oh my god. I fucking hate that shit. You have, like, the opinion I had, right, with God of War. I don't think that's a crazy opinion. I don't think that, like, you know, that... Be honest with me. Is that fair to say? Is that fair to say? Like I genuinely meant what I said. The whole thing of like I don't think it's gonna be a bad game. I think it's gonna be a good game. But it's just not gonna be the same without Kratos. It's just like you said. You can't make a Devil May Cry game and then not have Danza in there. Or Virgil. Or Nero. Or just like any of those characters. You know what I mean? You'll say that and then you have these like white knights out there being like, oh, you only mad cause like it's you playing as a girl. Ain't that right? Ain't that right, my queen? You tell him, girl boss. It's like, bro, she's not gonna fuck you, bro. She's not gonna fuck you. Stop fucking white knighting. Oh my fucking god, I hate that shit.
Weak men, fragile masculinity, you hate women if you don't like this sort of thing.
Yeah, oh my god. Talk your shit, girl. Talk your shit.
The white knights come out and say, oh, weak men, fragile masculinity, you hate women if you don't like this sort of thing. Okay, if you take actual incels out of the equation, which nobody really takes them seriously, the truth is that a female protagonist isn't the problem. If that were the case...
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So many massive franchises wouldn't have even been half as successful as they are. The problem is with modern developers that will take a legendary, well-established IP and use it as leverage to sell their own games with mediocre writing. Let's be honest, nobody would buy this if it didn't have the World of Warcraft label on it. We should not be focusing on the extremes that deflect from valid criticisms and concerns when it comes to things like this. Nobody who's normal has any real problem with a female game protagonist, but we also shouldn't reward mediocrity just because the protagonist is a woman. Performative male feminism has been incredibly damaging to so many studios, including Blizzard, who did have a lot of skeletons in the closet of their own in real life, but they thought that it would be reasonable to turn...
The fruit meme. AJ, you don't know about this, so I'm gonna break it down for you. When Blizzard had the whole SA allegations and shit, and they turned, you know, upside down, you know, laid on their back and showed their belly like a dog. They're like, oh no, please, we do love women, we appreciate women. So what they did was any kind of sexy painting of a woman, and again in a fantasy world, they took the pictures away and made them into a bowl of fruits. Let that sink in. In order for them to show that they respect women, they completely removed the picture of a woman with a bowl of fruit. So instead of just putting clothes on a woman, they just completely removed her from the game. I don't think that really shows that you appreciate them. Fruits. You can see it right here.
Turn women into fruit as compensation, but
yep.
Who did have a lot of skeletons in the closet of their own in real life, but they thought that it would be reasonable to turn women into fruit as compensation. I've asked this before, and I will ask this again. What message does this send about women's bodies, especially in a mature fantasy setting? It's hardly a children.
In a mature, dark fantasy game, keep that in mind. In a matured, dark fantasy game, or at least what it was back then. Fruits. Yes, you heard me right. Fruits.
This game, if we're honest. I mean, most of the people that are playing World of Warcraft, at the least, would be in their mid-20s, but I'd say the average is like 30s, 40s, and above. And this is just part of the overall problem, but going back to modern or retail WoW, when the harmonious masculine and feminine elements of the game were neglected, toned down, and stripped back for a more family-friendly version of the game or something that would appeal to more people, it resulted in a kind of a theme park look or feel for the game. You try to make something that appeals to everybody, it then appeals to nobody. There is the added issue of too many things going on at once. There are too many races, there are too many flashy mounts and toys, too many shop items, and it all creates visual noise. This is the backdrop, but
I don't think the whole thing of like too many playable races is a problem. I don't think that's a problem. I like that might be like a straw poll or like nitpicking a little bit. I think the more races the better, but that's just me. But I also think that the races need to make sense. I think the reason why people think that there's too many playable races is because there are too many playable races of races that people don't want to play as. What kids play WoW? There are no kids that play WoW. I can literally confirm that. There's not a single kid that would ever play WoW. I'm being that fucking serious. It is mid-20s to 30s, mid-30s, and late 30s. There are no kids playing WoW. I'll tell you what though, when WoW Vanilla was a thing, like the first WoW, when that shit came out, that game was like the Fortnite. OG WoW days was literally the Fortnite. Look at Fortnite's success. That was WoW back then. Their player base had like over 20 million players daily. I think now they have between like 4 to 9 million. 9 million is insane. Like that has to be like a good expansion for them to get those numbers. So I'd argue that they're probably chilling around 3 to 4 million. Which is, in the grand scheme of things, not really that bad. Like, they have that daily. If you look at Fortnite, right? If you look at Fortnite build mode or like Fortnite zero build, I think Fortnite build mode on a popular kind of like day, they can be around like 9 to like maybe 1.2 million players, and that's in build mode. And then zero build will probably have like around like the same number, sometimes slightly more. So that's like, that's about like, you know, if you take those numbers together, and you also need to take like, you know, the people doing like the whole music festival and like the other stuff, you're probably chilling around like between 3 to 5 million like people playing the game every day. So in the grand scheme of things, WoW is not doing bad. A lot of people look at it and they're being like, oh, WoW is like dying. It's dying. It's dying. It's like, no, it's not really dying. It's definitely not what it used to be, but it's not. It's not dying. It's actually not dying.
in the foreground, the way that the characters are animated, how they move, how they run, cast
At least for now, it's not dying.
spells, etc., is so overdone, and for me it plays like some cartoon or something that isn't really that serious. I think it's important to note just how impactful this change is. We went from these more grounded and down-to-earth animations to the more over-the-top variety that, perhaps because of what I'm used to, feels very unnatural and frantic. Recently, WoWgrendor did a video about why WoW isn't immersive anymore. Just on that conversation, a lot of these new locations with the latest expansions, for me, are a little hard to appreciate with just how much is going on. It's not that these places aren't beautiful. There is a certain charm there, but I think that World of Warcraft is a game that greatly benefits from minimalism where possible in terms of world design. It is so much easier to get immersed in a simple, dark forest where the environment is made up of limited but effective components that get across how you're supposed to feel about this place and what it represents, as opposed to these massive, overblown, overly detailed locations where your eyes kind of don't know what to focus on in order to properly appreciate the setting. It's kind of a shame for the better designed parts of the game also, because this just completely clashes with it and takes away from any good art that's created in modern World of Warcraft. Just completely overshadowed by silliness and a general lack of direction. I think that the true Disneyfication started with Draenor when they had the catastrophic change in character models that all but wiped the core identities of many of the races of Azeroth, but as time went on, I think that the Disney element was melded together with a Fortnite element. Fortnite was a massive and game-changing influence all across the industry, especially with their specific approach to monetization. What started out with a simple skin shop and then turned into the Battle Pass where you could additionally earn currency, later grew into something that featured all kinds of things, including celebrity cameos, TV show cameos, cameos from other games. So when you go into a Fortnite lobby, everyone is just some different looking thing. There's no rhyme or reason, no harmony, but for a game like Fortnite, this is fine. It's a battle royale. You're in, you're out. It's not that deep. I don't think anybody really cares about Fortnite lore or keeps up with it unless they're like 6 or 7 years old. And to me, that's what a lot of World of Warcraft looks like now. I think transmog was a good idea at its conception, but also with all of the quirky cosmetics and things that don't really fit Warcraft in its original sense, cities and hubs can now look a little bit like a Fortnite lobby, just with all of the flashy mounts, new races, and everything else in between. I think Dragonflight was the next major Disney-esque blow to Warcraft, something that really pushed it over the edge into a more immature fantasy setting. People often misunderstand why there is still such a great appreciation for Warcraft in its earliest iterations, or World of Warcraft from vanilla to about Wrath. But it was just that no matter where you went, even if people were wearing mismatched gear, as you do while you're leveling, you looked like you belonged in this world. Old World of Warcraft is so loved by that side of the community because it's a game that has more than just gameplay going for it. You have gameplay at the center of everything, of course, but beside that you have lore, compelling storytelling, a sense of scale when it comes to the world, adventure, a unique identity and aesthetic, and of course the overall added bonus of nostalgia. You really cannot compete with nostalgia. For retail WoW, it feels like you just have gameplay, because the only good things I ever hear about retail WoW is only ever just related to gameplay. I know a lot of classic versus retail discourse is around the difficulty level of the game.
The only thing I got
Some
going
classic
on.
players say retail is too easy, and retail players argue that it's not. And to be fair, I actually can believe that retail WoW would be quite a bit more difficult. Early WoW was pretty simple if you think about it, and unless you're playing hardcore, it's not really that hard to get through the game. It takes a longer time, sure, and I think maybe certain parts of the game are harder than they would be in retail, but overall, when it comes to even the end game, I do think retail probably does have more challenging elements to it. I have been told that I only dislike retail WoW because I'm just not good enough to play it. And here's what I'll tell you. I just don't even have an incentive to try. I don't want to try to be good at it. It just doesn't look like the kind of game that I want to play. A lot of it's just too smooth and polished, and it really feels disconnected from its roots. And to me, those are the things that are important. And in talking about this and in making videos like this, I have found an entire community of players like me that find value in the exact same things, and for the exact same reasons they cannot or they do not play retail WoW. I don't know what's going on in the lore anymore, and you know what? Nobody does. This was a major discussion in the community recently. Nobody has any idea what's going on. They've written themselves into a corner. We're probably gonna get like a ton of retcons or time travel or something, just like Mortal Kombat. The best thing that they've done recently seems to be housing. Everybody loved housing, and I'll be honest, I look at it and based on the kind of games that I play, I would probably interact with this and enjoy it quite a lot myself, but it's just
I literally
still
have not
not enough
touched
of an
housing.
incentive for me to want to come back to the game overall. There is such an unfortunate stigma around people who prefer classic WoW literally just for the way it looks. Do you know how many times I have been called a chud gamer for talking about this? What do you want me to say? The chuds yearn for storytelling. They yearn for lore, for gritty, dark fantasy with some whimsy here and there. A simpler time when the game didn't feel so confusing and silly. But let me tell you something right now, I have the solution. No, it is not to play Classic WoW. Those servers have a bunch of issues. We'll wait for Classic Plus. I'll keep my mind open. The solution, ladies and gentlemen, is to reject corporate slop and embrace tradition. If you are watching this video, then I am telling you right now to go and install Warcraft 3 Reforged and go back to playing a real game. Not just the campaign, but really play Warcraft 3 PvP. Go watch a grubby video, go watch Happy play in a tournament, go learn a build order, and just get in the game. It has to be reforged, so we cannot escape all of the corporate slop,
No
but
problemo,
you
no
can
problemo.
toggle classic graphics and immerse
get the point of
yourself
the
in a
video.
real, brutal, gritty Warcraft as God intended. Oh, but you like decorating your house in retail World of Warcraft? Go build a base. Like a man. Or a woman. Some burrows or a ziggurat.
Go build a base. Now. Alright, W bit. Let's see if I get like the other fish stuff.
Some meddles and miscreants have spread acorns around the cradle. Clean them up, won't you?
Lesser manifestations escape from the rift. Send them back where they belong.
That good old fucking Silent Hill. I gotta dip soon as well. It's like almost 1 AM here. Lumithin? How is Kazuya's Tekken 2 theme chill and vibey? I mean, I'll take it. Twisted Tetra. Bro, I'm catching so much shit here. Damn, we got another one. Alright, chat. I'm gonna find someone to read. Time to take my ass to bed. I reached my goal. So that's at least something. What's this? Oh, that's perfect. Amani literally just went live, I think. Yeah, he did. Alright, chat. Sending y'all over there. GG's. Well played. Y'all have a good one, okay? Y'all have a good one. YouTube people, thanks for watching the stream. Make sure you thumbs up, all that shit. Y'all already know the deal. I appreciate y'all, man. What the fuck? Oh, I'm getting attacked. Let me get this guy real quick. I'll get this guy and then I end my stream. Boom. Yeah. Patient treasure. Got some goodies. Alright, there you go. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all. See y'all next time, man. Peace and out, kids. Bye-bye.